Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jai. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity today. Today we're going to discuss Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 4, Chapter 13, verses 36 and 37. Narayanam namaskritya naram chaiva narottamam devim saraswatim vyasam tato jayamudiraye nashtaprayeshu bhadreshu nityam bhagavata sevaya bhagavati tamashloke bhaktir bhavati naishtiki om ajnanatimirantasya jnananjana shalakaya chakshurunmilitam yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. I offer my humble obeisance and to all the Vaishnavas here. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to Shyam Kishore Prabhu for asking me to speak this morning. There are two verses, 4.13.36. I think whoever has the Zoom, I think you have to mute it, I think, in your end. So, thank you, Prabhu. Tasmat Purusha Uttastau. Tasmat Purusha Uttastau. Hema Malya Malambarahan. Hiranmayena Patrena. Siddham Adaya Payasam. Tasmat Purusha Uttastau. Hema Malya Malambaraha. Hiranmayena Patrena. Siddhamadaya Payasam. तस्मात् पुरुष उत्थस्थौ हेममाल्यमलाम्बरः हिरण्मयेन पात्रेण सिद्धमादाय पायसम्
तस्मात्
पुरुष उत्थस्थौ हेममाल्यमलाम्बरः हिरण्मयेन पात्रेण सिद्धमादाय पायसम् तस्मात् पुरुष उत्थस्थौ हेममाल्यमलाम्बरः हिरण्मयेन पात्रेण सिद्धमादाय पायसम् तस्मात् पुरुष उत्थस्थौ हेममाल्यमलाम्बरः हिरण्मयेन पात्रेण सिद्धमादाय पायसम् Tasmat, from that fire, Purushaha, a person, Utthasthav, appeared, Hemamali, with a golden garland, Amalambaraha, in white garments, Hiranmayena, golden, Patrena, with a pot, Siddham, cooked, Adaya, carrying, Payasam, rice boiled in milk. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Translation. As soon as the oblation was offered in the fire, a person appeared from the fire altar, wearing a golden garland and a white dress. He was carrying a golden pot filled with rice boiled in milk. There is no purport to this verse. We'll read the next verse. Savipranumato Raja Grihitan Vanjalin Grihitvanjalinanudam Avagraya Mudayuttha Pradat Patnya Udaradi. Translation. The king was very liberal, and after taking permission from the priests, he took the preparation in his joint palms, and after smelling it, he offered a portion to his wife. Purport. The word Udaradhi is significant in this connection. The wife of the king, Sunita, was not fit to accept this benediction. Yet the king was so liberal that without hesitation, he offered to his wife the boiled rice and milk prasada received from the Yajna Purusha. Of course, everything is designed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As will be explained in the later verses, this incident was not very favorable for the king. So since the king was very liberal, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in order to increase the detachment from this material world, willed that a cruel son be born to the queen so that the king would have to leave home. As stated above, Lord Vishnu fulfills the desires of the karmis as they desire. But the Lord fulfills the desire of a devotee in a different way so that the devotee may gradually come to him. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, Dadami Buddhi Yogantam, Yena Mamopayantite. The Lord gives the devotee the opportunity to make progress further and further so that he may come home back to Godhead. So there are, even though I have no qualifications here, please excuse any of the mistakes, any of the errors that I would commit, that I would say today, and please feel free to correct at the end. Thank you again for this opportunity. So there are a few things which we'll discuss in this verse. The first thing here is this word udhara dhi. So this means broad-minded. The king was very liberal. The king was very broad-minded. This is an attribute of the Vaishnavas. Different, we all have this in different degrees. But the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu says that the 35th quality of Krishna is that Krishna is very liberal. Krishna is very broad-minded. So he's infinitely liberal. And this is actually evident because if we see in this world, different people, there are of so many kinds of people. And Krishna has accommodated all these kinds of people. That shows that Krishna is infinitely liberal. And this is the 35th quality. You can see this in the Nectar of Devotion. Prabhupada gives the definition of liberal here, that any person who is by his natural behavior very mild is called liberal. So these are broad-minded people. They're very mild in nature. So Krishna is so kind and favorable that even if a servitor is accused of even the greatest offenses, Krishna does not take this into consideration. So there is a difference. So he's so liberal and broad-minded that many people, many devotees, even if they are accused of the greatest of the offenses, he is still liberal and he does not take that much into consideration. We can see this in the examples of many devotees, even in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. If you take the story of the Gopinath Patanayaka, again he was accused there of many things, but the Lord didn't take it that seriously, that he didn't let it go. In the same way, he simply considers the service that is rendered by the devotee and is very broad-minded in his approach towards the devotees. So in the same way, the king is very liberal here. And even though the maternal lineage with Sunita was not a very, you will see that in the subsequent verses, a very there were many concerns in their lineage there, but still he was liberal and he gave the payasam to his wife. So the other aspect of this purport is this. This is what we're going to discuss for the rest of this whole discussion. And as time permits, we will discuss as much as possible. So here it says that Krishna fulfills the devotees of the desires of the karmis. Okay, all those who are materially motivated, Krishna, Lord Vishnu, fulfills the desires of the karmis. But the Lord also fulfills the desires of the devotee, but in a different way. So we will take this thing about fulfilling the desire of the karmis and the devotees. We will take this, and this is what I'm going to talk about for the whole, because this is all the purport is. But we can talk about these desires. So all of us, we would have various desires, whether it's in the material realm, spiritual realm, we will have desires. So these desires is being analyzed by the Vaishnava Acharyas in different scriptures. So for this, I have taken this particular verse here. These are categorized as the 4 improper motives for devotional service. And what are the 4 improper motives of devotional service? So this verse is the commentary of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur and Srila Baladeva Vidyabhushana in their commentary to the Bhagavad Gita, verse 7.16. Chaturvidaha bhajante mam janasu kritino arjuna arto jignasu artharti jnanicha bharatarshapa. That's the verse. So if you take here, I'll first, so these are the comments given. I have combined the comments here from Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur and Srila Baladeva Vidyabhushana. The first one here is distressed. Okay. So who's distressed? Arti. That's the verse here. Arto, distressed. So who are these? So Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur says, these are the selfish workers. Okay. And what is their prime goal in this life? Which might comprise almost the bulk of the world, to enjoy the fruits of their work. This is what they want. They want to enjoy the fruits of the work. Okay, so, and in this endeavor, they become frustrated. And then they turn to Krishna for relief because they have so many desires. They want to enjoy the fruits of their work. And in course of time, they become frustrated. And when they become frustrated, they turn to Krishna for relief. The second is category here is Jignasu, which is the inquisitive. The inquisitive by nature is pious. These are pious people, but they are ignorant of the absolute truth. They are not aware of that absolute truth. And when this piety matures, when their pious activities, when it matures, at that time they're dissatisfied by the secular scriptures. When they are the secular scriptures or the scriptures or the books that are not do not have a connection with Krishna, okay, and such books, and then they turn to Krishna for the understanding of God. So these are the inquisitive who move towards Krishna. And then the third one is Artharthi. So these are the people who are desiring material gain. So they want to enjoy the material's pleasure, material world's pleasures. It could be wealth, fame, including the heaven. Okay, after this birth, planning for future lifetimes. Okay, and so these people they take to the ritualistic worship. Okay, as given in the different Vedas, in the Vedas, the ritualistic worship of Krishna, who then fulfills the desire of that pursuit. The last category here is Jnani, the seekers of the truth. Okay, so the seekers of the truth, they renounce worldly pleasures. They seek spiritual realization. It is not referring to the Mayavadis. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says it's not referring to the Mayavadis, but it is referring to those who are seeking the spirit, okay, which is the Brahman, okay, the Brahmavadi. So practicing strict asceticism, these jnanis, they turn towards Krishna. Okay, so even they turn towards Krishna to acquire a transcendental knowledge. So this is the analysis of our Vaishnava acharyas. So these are the desires of those who are, and all these are considered impure motives because it is not in the category of Shuddha Bhakti or pure devotion. So and then there are Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur gives 4 examples from the Srimad Bhagavatam where exalted devotees, okay, with sorry for the spelling here, they have these motives. They are in these categories of distressed or artho, jignasu, artharthi, jnani. They are in these categories, but eventually their desires got purified. Okay, so that tells us that for all these categories, it is still better to approach Krishna than all the other devas. The reason being that there is a possibility that all these can get purified and that the devotee can enter into Shuddha Bhakti. The first one, distress, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur gives the example of Gajendra. Gajendra represents the distressed. Okay. So, and at the end, even though Gajendra himself mentions that in his prayers to the Lord, but that there is a contamination in all those prayers. Even though he mentions it, but then he's completely purified. Okay, so Gajendra represents the distressed. Okay, so the second one is desiring material gain. Okay, so this is Artharthi I've taken here. Dhruva Maharaj is an example of this. So Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says here, so at the tender age of 5, the grandson of Swayambhuva Manu, he retired to Madhuvana. Okay, and when he retired to Madhuban and he performed unprecedented austerities, and at that time, the Lord, as Narayana, appeared in 6 months to fulfill the desire of Dhruva, to this young boy, Dhruva Maharaj. And this, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, is not pure devotion because the motive in which he started was Artati. And therefore, there is a abhash. Abhash means there is a semblance of devotion. Okay, but it was purified. It was purified. What was the first thing that purified it? The glimpse of the Lord Narayana was standing right in front of him, and that purified, number one. Number two, the Lord took the conch shell and put it on his head, and that completely purified this desire. Okay, so and then when the Lord at that time, all the purports of the of the Vedas were completely self-manifested in the personality of Dhruva Maharaj, and all this desiring, this artharthi, desiring the material gain, was completely purified, and the devotee was, and then there was transcendence to Shuddha Bhakti, which is which is a gemstone of Shuddha Bhakti, Chintamani. So, and then the third one is the inquisitive. Okay, the example of here, again, sorry, the spelling here, sages of the Naimisharanya. So, this is the Jignasu. The sages of the Naimisharanya, they were inquisitive. They wanted to find out about the personality of the absolute truth. So, that is an example Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur gives of the inquisitive. And the last one is the seekers of the truth, which is the Jnani. And the example here is the four Kumaras who are seeking the absolute truth. So the four pictures here, Gajendra, and here is the Dhruva Maharaj. The Lord is placing the conch shell on his head. And then here is the sages in the Naimisharanya, and here are the four Kumaras. So this verse is, so what I have done here is elaborating on this purport of the desires of people. And when it is towards Krishna, there is a possibility for it to be purified. Even though these are all not Shuddha Bhakti, all this Artho, Jignasu, Arthati, Gnani, all these things are not Shuddha Bhakti, but there is a possibility of purification. But all these methods can also be done to all the Devas, but there is no possibility of it to get purified and to enter uncontaminated devotional service. So, this is for again, further, I have divided the commentary of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur for Bhagavad Gita 7.16 here. So, these three categories, distressed, which is the Arti, and then seekers of the wealth, okay, which is Artharthi, and inquisitive, which is Jignasu. All these three Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur classifies this as fruitive workers. Okay, all these things are called karmis. That is what is there in this purport, that Krishna satisfies the wishes of the karmis. He grants them the desires, okay, when they approach him, okay. And then the next one is the wise. The wise he is categorizing as a separate category called as the empirist. Empiricist means that someone who is interested in empirical knowledge. Through empirical knowledge, they want to, but there is a possibility for this to get purified, like the four Kumaras. But Prabhupada, he classified this into three categories, which I will elaborate this on, because that is an easier way to describe actually. And one is called as Karma Mishra Bhakti. Mishra means mixed devotional service. It's not pure. Okay. And so this is like, we are going to, let's say, work, office, okay, and then in our material workplace, and then we offer the fruits of that labor to Krishna. It is not pure devotion. Okay, it is not pure devotion. It is called Karma Mishra Bhakti. It is called, this is in the 5th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. That is the essence of this, which is Bhakti Yoga, but it is mixed devotion with karma. And then you have Jnana Mishra Yoga, which is knowledge, okay, but then it is mixed with devotion. Okay, and the third one is Yoga Mishra Bhakti. So again, the yoga, which is the siddhi that is to be achieved here, the Ashtanga Siddhi, that is again mixed with devotional service. So all these three are you can, in a way, you can consider that all these things are part of the yoga ladder described in the 6th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. So then now, if we understand these, Jiva Goswami, in his commentary to the Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 1, Verse 2, this is his own commentary. He divides these semblances of devotion, where we have these desires towards the Lord. He divides them into two categories. Okay, so we can see that Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti divided into two categories of fruitive workers and empirist, where he put all this Arti, Artharthi, and Jignasu into one category of the karmis, and then the wise as the Jnani and the empiricist. Okay, and Prabhupada, he actually divides us into three categories as karma, jnana, and yoga. All these as mixed with devotion. And then Jiva Goswami divides this into two categories. One is called Sakaitava. Sakaitava means in the category of Kaitava means deceitful. Okay, that's the literal translation of the word. Means deceit. Okay, in the category of cheating, because there is a sense of cheating there. You're going to Krishna, but you have an ulterior motive. And the ulterior is Sakaitava, devotional service performed with pride or envy. Okay, but in essence, there is a motive. And what is that motive? The motive is to enjoy matter or desire to free oneself, even to free oneself from conditional life. They are so tired of this material existence that they really want to not have rebirth. So there is a motive there. But Krishna as super soul knows that motive. It's not like he's unaware of the motive. Whatever is our motive, Krishna is aware of it. And these can be in varying severity. So a very, very ultra pure devotee in this category might have it in a very tiny, minute amount. But then maybe a neophyte devotee would have it in a extensive magnitude. So that means like Sakaitava, which means that in the category of deceit or cheating. Okay. So even somebody who wants some kind of mukti, even whether whatever is the kind of mukti it is, if they want, that is in this category, that there is some intrinsic cheating involved in the process. So the Vedic scriptures, even see, the Vedic scriptures are also broad-minded. As Krishna and the Vedic scriptures, so the Vedic scriptures are also broad-minded, and they also accommodate all these devotees who have semblance of devotion. Semblance means what? It is like devotion, but not. Okay, it's like pure devotion, but not. So it is still considered bhakti, but it is semblance. It looks like pure bhakti. And so the Vedic scriptures accommodate them, and they also give methods. So that's why the Bhagavad Gita has this verse, Arto Arte Arti Jignasu Jnanicha Bharatarshaba. It has this verse because the Vedic scriptures, Krishna accommodates all kinds of people and gives them a path. And it accommodates pure devotion, because otherwise the only verses that will be there in the scriptures will be that of pure devotion, right? And the other one is called Akaitava. Akaitava means without cheating, okay? And here to give us confidence that it doesn't matter whether we have desires, motives, but this is the word. This is a very nice verse. You know, the reason why I picked this verse is the same word, udaradhi, is there in this verse of the Bhagavatam also. So if you see this, the verse that for today, it says, it has this word here, udaradhi. And then Prabhupada starts this purport with this word, the word udaradhi is significant in this connection, okay? And the same word udharati also appears in another verse of the Srimad Bhagavatam, akama sarva kamo va moksha kama udharati. So that means no matter what our motives, whether we have desires, okay, whether we have no desire, or whether we have moksha, whatever category of desires we have, it is still always good to approach Krishna under all, whatever is the desire. So this is a broader intelligence. Here, the word udaradhi, Prabhupada is translated as broader intelligence. Okay? So no matter what desires we have, whether we want a promotion at workplace, we want a very nice family life, whatever is our goal, it doesn't matter. It is best to approach Krishna, because at the end, there is a possibility for all these desires to get purified and a possibility for us to achieve pure devotional service. So then Jiva Goswami categorizes this as in the 13 types of jnanis and yogis that lead to this kind of mixed devotion. I'm going to just take 1 minute and go through this. It's not my goal to just be on this thing. One is called as a sadhaka. A sadhaka is a neophyte performer. The second one is called Brahmamaya. That is, these are people who are absorbed in impersonal Brahman. The third one is Prapta Brahmamaya. That means they have attained that position. These are the second categories, those who are striving towards it. The third is they have already achieved this, Prapti. They have already achieved it. The fourth is called Mumukshu. These are people who desired liberation. The fifth one is Jivan Mukta, the one who is liberated in this life itself. Okay, they are completely liberated in this life itself. Prapta Swarupa, one who has attained that person's constitutional spiritual position, okay, as the spirit soul. Okay. Nirgrantha Muni. Okay, so this is a completely liberated saint. There are some spelling mistakes here. Completely liberated saint. So this even such saints, they finally approach Krishna. That is why it is there in the verse, Atmarama verse, Nirgrantha Muni, that comes in the verse, Urukrame. That Urukrama means a highly attractive Hari, even attracts that Nirgrantha Muni, someone who is completely liberated. Sadharba Yoga Arurukshu. So this is a yogi who is meditating on the four-handed Vishnu form. Nirgarbha Yoga Arurukshu. A yogi who is meditating on the impersonal level. Sadharba Yoga Ruda. A yogi who has attained yogic perfection. Nirgarbha Yoga Yuda. So impersonal yogi attained respective perfection. Sagarbha Prapta Siddhi attained perfection by meditating on Vishnu, and Nirgarbha Prapta Siddhi attained perfection by impersonal meditation. So we can see here in all these things, there will be some mixture of devotional service could be there, but all these things are still in the category of mixed with yoga and jnani. So why do we desire? Okay, it comes from this flow chart here, okay, which talks about the root cause of our all these desires and why this suffering is happening. So desire, so when there is kind of desire, we need freedom from distress. Okay, so why is the distress coming? The root cause, Jiva Goswami says here, is avidya or ignorance. That is where the start is. Avidya, which then leads to two different kinds of things. One is called papa, okay, sin, and the other is called bija, which is the seed, okay, which is the seed, which is the material desire. The desire, this is what is being spoken about in this puppet, okay, and this leads to what is called as kuta, which means the inclination to sin, which leads again to the seed, okay, which provides the seed, and this leads to the formative stage of the karma, which is called aprarabdha karma. Okay, so this here, the karma is not manifest, it is not fully manifest, and it is aprarabdha. And this then manifests and becomes what is called as prarabdha karma. It is fully frucified, and now we are suffering the reactions to this. Okay, so this is a flowchart of the prarabdha karma. So some of the karma is still there, it is unmanifest, and it is still in the formative phase, and some are fully frucified. Okay, and frucified is what we are actually seeing. And is there a relief? Is there something that can be done about all these frucified karma? In the material domain, nothing can be done about it. Okay. So Prabhupada says, so that this is what people generally call as destined happiness and suffering. Okay. So this is in a lecture in the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Leela, 20.107 in New York on July 13, 1976. Prabhupada says, so therefore, sometimes the Indians are accused that they say believe in destiny. What is destiny here is the prarabdha karma and all those things that are aprarabdha in the formative stage which are going to come by. But that is actually a fact. You cannot improve a single inch than what you're destined. That is not possible. That is not possible. If you want to increase your so-called happiness, then you simply waste your time. That is Prahlad Maharaj's instruction. I am not in a good position economically. Let me try to improve it. That you cannot. Otherwise, in New York City, so opulent, so materially advanced, why we see so many men in Central Park lying on the bench? Why? They do not belong to the poor nation or poor city. Still, because he is destined, he must lie down. Maybe he is a rich man's son or born in a rich nation, but because he is destined to suffer, he must lie down here because he is destined to suffer. He must become a hippie. So you cannot stop it. This is not possible. Therefore, those who are advanced in knowledge, they do not try all this nonsense, improving the material condition. This is second, I'm going to provide about a couple of evidences here of how the karma, okay, is from the material realm, how it is stringent, how the material world is stringent. Devi is a Gunamayi, Mamamaya Turatya. It is very stringent. Okay, so this is the destiny is very strong. Everyone, this is from the transcript of of a conversation, Feb 6, 1974 in Vrindavan. Destiny is very strong. Everyone's bound up by the resultant action of his karma. It cannot be changed. So Shastra says, don't try to change your karma phal. Okay, better utilize that energy for becoming advanced in Krishna consciousness, because you cannot change destiny. That is not possible. Then, shall I endeavor for improvement of my economic position? No. Why? Because destiny, whatever you've got, you will get it. This is in the Bhakti Sandarbha. Jiva Goswami states in Bhakti 6.20, Anucheda 6.20, 204.7. The Bhagavatam gives the fact that the living entities are placed by destiny in a variety of situations in this world as the evidence of the Supreme Lord. Okay, this karma, this prarabdha karma is an evidence of the existence of the personality of Godhead. Evidence 4. This is from Hari Shauri Prabhu's diary, Morning Walk Conversation with Srila Prabhupada on September 4th, 1976, based on the Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 7, Verse 5, especially to his reply to the second question, which asks if a man can change his destiny by progress. He emphasized that destiny cannot be changed, giving example that a pig must eat stool and the scientist cannot change this by so-called progress. Evidence 5. This is the famous verse, Prayachittam Adhokatam. This is Bhagavatam, Canto 6, chapter 1, verse 9. This is on the one may know, this is from the, one may know that the sinful activity is injurious for him because he actually sees that a criminal is being punished by the government and rebuked by people in general. And because he hears from scriptures and learned scholars that one is thrown into hellish conditions in the next life for committing sinful acts. Nevertheless, in spite of such knowledge, one is forced to commit sins again and again, even after performing acts of atonement. This is that elephant story where the elephant puts the takes the bath and again puts the mud. Therefore, what is the value of such atonement? Okay, because the seed, the bija, is still there, and then it will still manifest. Okay, so evidence number 6. This is from Bhagavatam 7.6.3. Sukham aindriyakam daitya deha yogena dehinam sarvatra labhyate devat yata dukham ayatnataha. So here Prabhupada again says, in the material world, in any form of life, there is some so-called happiness and so-called distress. No one invites distress in order to suffer, but still it comes. Similarly, even if we do not endeavor to obtain the advantages of material happiness, we shall obtain them automatically. Without the endeavor, it will come. This happiness and distress are obtainable in any form of life without endeavor. Thus, there is no need to waste time and energy fighting against distress or working very hard for happiness. Our only business in the human life should be to revive our relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead and thus become qualified to return home back to Godhead. Material happiness and distress come as soon as we accept a material body, regardless of what form. We cannot avoid such happiness and distress under any circumstance. The best use of human life, therefore, lies in reviving our relationship with the Supreme Lord Vishnu. Evidence number 7. This is the famous verse, Canto 1, Chapter 5, Bhagavatam. Tasyaiva hetu prayateta kovido. So the translation here goes, as far as the happiness derived from sense enjoyment is concerned, it can be obtained automatically in course of time. Just as in course of time, we can obtain miseries, even though we do not desire them. Okay, so the last few lines of the purport in the same verse, Prabhupada says, similarly, everyone has their destined happiness also. No one can get more or less of these simply by personal endeavors. Even if they are obtained, they can be lost again. One should therefore not waste time with these flimsy things. One should not only endeavor to go back to Godhead, one should endeavor to go back to Godhead. Okay, that should be the mission of everyone's life. Evidence 8. This is in the 7th canto of the Bhagavatam. So here is the picture for this actually verse. Okay, so I found this one picture. So the path, okay, Pati Chutam Tishtati Dishtarakshitam. Okay, you're seeing it, you're seeing that there is a note lying on the door, on someone has lost it, okay, on the road, okay, on the path. Okay, this is where the sans from the English word path comes from the Sanskrit word here. You have lost it, okay. But if you're destined not to lose it, nobody's going to take it. Okay. Or you may have some currency note secured in the most secure way possible, but still, if you're destined to lose it, you'll lose it. So this word here it says, sometimes one loses his money on a public street where everyone can see it, and yet his money is protected by destiny and not seen by others. So that means like if one is destined not to lose, even if you drop the money, it's going to be there. But if you're destined to lose it, one will lose it. Evidence number 9. Okay. Manoratan karoti uchcher jano devahatan. So the word deva here tells you that it is destined by the karma. Okay, by the prarabdha karma, or it is coming in the formative stage in the aprarabdha karma. This is Canto 10, chapter 36, verse 39. An ordinary person is determined to act on his desire, even when fate prevents their fulfillment. Okay, so that means that one will proceed under the material conditioning. They will proceed to act according to their base desires, even if fate prevents their fulfillment. Okay, so evidence number 10. This is in Canto 8, chapter 19, verse 25. Pumsoyam samsriter hetu. Hetu means cause. Okay. Asantosho artha kamayo. So material existence causes discontent in regard to fulfilling one's lusty desires and achieving more and more money. This is the cause of the continuation of material life, which is full of repeated birth and death. But one who is dissatisfied by that which is obtained by destiny is fit for liberation from this material existence. So this is evidence number 11, that Canto 10, chapter 4, verse 5. Tvaya Devini Srishtena. So, my dear brother, this is Devaki is addressing Kamsa, I think. By the influence of destiny, you have already killed my many babies, each of them as bright and beautiful as fire. But kindly spare this daughter. Give her to me as your gift. Devaki knew very well that because the killing of her many children has been ordained by destiny, Kamsa was not blamed. There is a small understanding of this particular verse alone, because this may not be just destiny alone, but because this can be in the pastimes of the Lord. So even though Devaki is stating this for Kamsa, but these can be understood to be arrangement of Krishna directly. This is in Canto 4, chapter 29, verse 30, 31. Charan Vindati Yat Dishtam, translation. According to his destiny, he sometimes receives punishment and is driven out, and other times receives a little food to eat. Similarly, the living entity, being influenced by so many desires, wanders in different species of life according to destiny. Evidence number 13, Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 9, chapter 9, verse 33. As one is put into distress by destiny, destiny can also put one in a happy situation. Destiny is extremely strong, but one can change destiny if one comes to the platform of Krishna consciousness. So here is the example of how we can change the Krishna consciousness. So this is where I'm going to come. So, okay, this is evidence number 14, Bhagavatam, purport of Canto 1, chapter 5, verse 18. Similarly, everyone has his destined happiness also. No one can get more or less of these things by personal endeavors. 15, this is Bhagavatam, Canto 10, chapter 5, verse 30. Nunam hi adrishta nishtoyam adrishta paramo janaha. Every man is certainly controlled by destiny, which determines the results of one's fruitive activities. In other words, one has a son or a daughter because of unseen destiny. And when the son or daughter is no longer present, this is also due to unseen destiny. Destiny is the ultimate controller of everyone. One who knows this is never bewildered. So there is no point like excessively worrying about the things that are happening to us, because it is bound to happen no matter what. We can think, okay, if I had done this minute change, would this have resulted in a different outcome? It will not. Okay, because it is bound to happen. Evidence number 16. This is the verse for destiny in the the verse to destiny, I will tell you so, but this is in 3.5. Okay, so this is in the Bhagavad Gita. Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities that person has acquired from the modes of material nature. Okay, this is Bhagavad Gita 3.5. And this is the verse of destiny in the Bhagavad Gita, which is 3.27, which talks about, there are two verses. One is for destiny and one is for free will. Okay, in the Bhagavad Gita, 3.27 is the verse for destiny, and 3.28 is the verse for free will. And that I'll tell in the next verse. Prakrite kriyamanani gunai karmani sarvashah ahankara bimudatma kartaham iti manyate. The spirit soul is bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinking himself the doer of the activities. This is where the problem is coming. The word doer of the activities that are in actuality carried out by the three modes of material nature. It is already distant that it is going to happen. So, but the living soul thinks that he is the doer. Now, I will switch gear and say this is the verse of the free will. So, this does not mean that there is no free will. The free will is there. And what is the word? Tattva vittum ha baho guna karma vibhagayo. So, this is the verse. Guna guneshu vartanta. So, what is the verse? One who is in knowledge of the absolute truth, O mighty arm, does not engage himself in the senses and sense gratification, knowing well differences between work and devotion and work for fruitive results. So, this is the verse on free will. That means, what is the free will? The free will always exists at every point. It is there for us to be under the stringent grips of material nature or to be in the service of the Lord. The service of the Lord, that free will is there. It is never taken away from us. That free will, even at the time of death, we have one right, and the right is to pray to Krishna. That right will never be taken away from us. We don't have any other right. People talk about so many rights. We don't have any right. The only right we have is even that will never be taken away from us. The Bhagavatam says that even at the time of death, the right to pray to Krishna will not be taken away from us. The free will, Prabhupada says, if you have no free will, then you are a stone. The stone has no free will. So do you want to be a stone? Then you must have free will, but don't misuse the free will. But don't try to become a stone either. This is not life. So if you are completely under the full stringent grips of material nature, we are like stone because we are not exerting our free will. But the free will can always be exerted at any point of time to do that activity in service of Krishna. Whether it is in Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, whether it's Karma Mishra Bhakti, Jnana Mishra Bhakti, Yoga Mishra Bhakti, doesn't matter in what part of the yoga ladder one is in, but one can do every activity in Krishna consciousness. Therefore, that level of free will is directly proportional to the level to which we are Krishna conscious. So a person, a neophyte devotee, may have very little minute free will, but a super exalted free will, a super exalted devotee has excessive free will to do as they want. They can travel to different planets. Nobody can check them. If you want to go, there is no need for any, what they will, that's what will happen because they are doing it for the service of Krishna. Nobody will check them. They want to go to a different country, they will. They want to go to a different planet, they will. No authority can check them, material authority, because they have, that is the level of purity. That is the level to which they are Krishna conscious. And therefore, the magnitude of free will is proportional to the level to which one has progressed in Krishna consciousness. But those who are fully under the grip of the material nature, they have chosen not to exert this free will at all. So they are like the stone, completely under the grips of that. They cannot cross this portion of material existence unless they exert the free will for the take help from the Lord. So I'll stop here. If there is anything I've said incorrect, please forgive me, and look forward to your comments if I missed anything. And Bhancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyev cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Anybody wants to add something? Prabhuji? Dandavat Pranam Prabhu.
Thank you for sharing.
Hare Krishna.
Nice. One thing, just you were mentioning about the free will part. So in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, "Ye yatha mam pratyate, tam stataya vajam." And similarly, in the same shloka you mentioned, Devi hi Krishna gudamai gudam mama maya prati mami vai prakriti maya vitam parati. So only the person, if my understanding is correct, only the person who exerts his free will to surrender to Krishna is that that person only can be Devi Prakriti, the Mahamaya, will not act at least to that extent. The extent of surrender of that, or use of free will to surrender to Krishna, be proportional to how our prarabdha karma and aprarabdha karma will not act.
So if I understand your question correctly, Prabhu, I will restate it. Prabhuji is asking this thing, like, is proportional to our surrender? Is it to that level? One is not under the grips of material nature, the Mahamaya. Is that the thing, Prabhu? The answer is, in a sense, yes, because proportional to our advancement in Krishna consciousness, to that extent, one is free from the grips of material nature. But at the same time, we should also understand that there is something else beyond this too, which is the mercy of the Lord. No matter how much what we exert here and everything, ultimately it is the Lord who's the cause of whose mercy all these things are happening, because he is supremely independent and he can offer this to anybody he wants. And generally it happens because of the mercy of the Vaishnavas. Therefore, no matter all these things are, if because of some past spiritual pious credits, not the material credits, if one gets into association of the Vaishnava devotees, then all these things will go into a different pace. And therefore, our endeavor is important. But sometimes, because of our past lives, spiritual activities, we do come in contact with devotees, with the association of the Vaishnavas, who can actually give that mercy and make that progress possible for us. So, and ultimately, all these gaps, no matter how much effort we put, it is impossible to close that gap of that endeavor to achieve that full perfection of. But Krishna will close that gap for the devotee, because Krishna is supremely merciful, and Vaishnava devotees are way more merciful. And they are, if we see in the Bhagavatam, Prabhu, almost all the devotees have been made by great Vaishnava devotees, especially Narada Muni. And therefore, even more than one's endeavor, the association of devotees is probably the prime help one can get to get out of being under the stringent grips of Mahamaya. Is that okay, Prabhu?
Thanks.
Thank you, Prabhu Vaishnav. Any other? Yes, Mataji?
As a devotee, everybody think that we should be with Krishna. We have a desire to go to God. So, in which category it comes, like under that 4, or you don't come?
Okay, so the question here is, as devotees, we all desire to go to Krishna. In which category does this come out of these 4 categories? So this thing about going to Krishna, Mataji, can be of varying magnitudes. So that will determine where it is. For example, a neophyte devotee might also want to go to Krishna, but maybe the devotee at some times he wants to go to Krishna. But what is the motive? We don't know. Whether it is because of excessive distress he wants to go to Krishna, or whether the devotee wants some gain, the devotee wants to go to Krishna, we don't know. Whether out of knowledge the devotee wants to go to Krishna, we don't know. Or whether because of inquisitiveness, we don't know. So all these things are so tailored to an individual soul that a broad generic statement cannot be made. So a devotee who is in all these Artho, Jignasu, Artharthi, Ghani, all these devotees are also approaching Krishna. But at the same time, a perfected devotee, those in pure devotional service, they are also approaching Krishna. So only that individual, so it is so individualized that so it is hard to make any generic statement about any particular devotee. Maybe their close mentor or spiritual master, if they are very close to spiritual master, they might know as and the Lord Himself might know of which. So the goal here is not to also categorize devotees and say, okay, that devotee is Jignasu, this devotee is in the Artharthi state. That is also not the goal here, right? The goal here is to understand also that all these things have some kind of a motive, and it is not fully pure. That anya abhilash, there is no ulterior abhilash, wish. So other wishes are not there, okay? And they become shunya. Okay, you just have to eradicate all these things and go to that pure devotion. And it is not. And that creeper is a very thin creeper called as bhakti lata. The seed for that has to be planted, and any weed that comes can destroy that creeper. So, in order for us to progress, all this knowledge will not. It's not going to go waste. Even though, in a sense, there is jnana karma, jnana mishra bhakti, it does not go waste because it will firmly place us and give the foundation and support in times of need. When we are about to fall down, all this will give the need, will provide that support. But ultimately, the support is generally provided by other Vaishnava devotees. I have, at least in my case, I have personally seen that I could be different devotees can share. But anytime I am on the verge of falling down, the help for me has always been provided by some Vaishnava devotee. They have held my hands and tried to pull me up. If that help is not there, many devotees, at least me, I would have fallen down already. The Vaishnava devotees are so merciful, and they are the cause of any progress that can be attributed. I personally think for me, at least, it is never because of any of my endeavors, hardly anything. But the Vaishnava devotees have always been so merciful. You want to add anything, Prabhu? Good. Is it okay, Mataji? Thank you. Hare Krishna. On Zoom, anybody wants to add anything?
Hare Krishna Prabhuji Dandat Pranams, Jai Shri
Hare Krishna.
Prabhupada. Prabhuji, it was a very nice class. You brought about the points which are really needed to reflect upon. I am very grateful for your class, Prabhuji. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mataji. We'll stop here. Again, from a humble obeisance, Vancha Kalpatrubhyascha Kripasindubhya Cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Dandavat Pranam.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Let's do one more time. Hare Krishna. This is Kartik month. Agreed? Everyone knows this Kartik month? Okay. Anytime we take Krishna's name or do any devotional service, it's a multi-fold benefits. Okay. So one more time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you. I'll start with my ritual. Okay. By requesting everyone to please come forward. There's lots of room, and we want to make room, even though right now there will be space at the back, but we do want to make room for the devotees who would join locally. Okay. During class, a lot of devotees come in, so we do want to make room. First of all, I'd like to welcome everyone for this amazing Sunday feast, especially in Kartik month. There will be 4 or 5 Sunday feasts in Kartik month. So let's make we use every bit of support that we can do. Okay, kids. Okay. Ataji, any request, please? Now, everyone aware that we are really working hard with city right now to do the temple renovation. Is there anyone who's not aware that temple renovation project is we are very strongly and diligently working? Is anyone who's not aware? Okay. So temple renovation project, just to make a little more information. Right now the drawings are being submitted to city. Architect and city are talking. There's some back and forth conversation going on. Idea is to convert this car code into the will be covered and also built upstairs. So we'll have more room. So I know it's inconvenience when we request everyone to please come forward. Hopefully that problem will resolve soon. So we need your, from bottom of your heart, we need everyone's prayers, right? That this renovation project gets approved and gets completed with as less disruption as possible with our temple activities. So can I request everyone to chant one time Hare Krishna Mahamantra from bottom of their heart for this renovation project? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. This week we do not have any sponsors, which is little worrisome because it's Kartik month. So if you have heart desire for any event that you want to sponsor Sunday feast, you can reach out to me and also, or you can also directly go to Islam Foundation website and the details are there. So very easy, very easy process if you want to support temple by sponsoring Sunday feast. Okay, Kartik month has started already, and we are requesting each and everyone to host a small program in their house. You don't need to invest any money. What we are looking for is about an hour time, about hour and a half. You can invite your friends, colleagues, neighbor, friends, relatives, whoever you know, whoever you love, whoever you appreciate, and whoever you want to extend this mercy, right? And devotees will bring something like this picture. They'll bring Hivik and they will bring Vedanta. So there'll be few minute kirtan. There'll be Damodar Katha for about 20 minutes, about 20-25 minutes. And then everyone will get opportunity to offer kirtan. We don't need to serve any prasad, we don't need to do anything. All we need is your about hour and a half time and invite your friends, family, studies, who you want to. Okay. So should Mataji be here right now? If not, then reach out to me and I will get you the dates. Okay. And also, I know many devotees have registered for Back to Godhead subscription. And the subscription has already been ordered, and very soon you should receive the address that you have provided. So that's also there. When we say anything from you, Damodar Rati, there's Damodar system program. Okay, now time to welcome our Sunday feast speaker for this week. None other than his best Prabhu. You don't need much introduction. He has given many classes here. He gave whole Ramayana series long back. He gave many Bhagavatam classes, Sunday feast classes, and very special occasions. Right? He's very well versed in Shastras. He runs Bhakti Vrikshas. He is cultivating people. Materially also, he is very well qualified. He is working in one of the leading automotive companies as a global level safety lead. So he's materially as well as spiritually very well qualified. He has amazing storyteller. He's a drama coordinator. He's cook. He's pujari. He's Kirtan. So what all things you want, right? So let's welcome His Grace Jayananda Prabhu in our traditional way by 3 times loudly chanting. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. His Grace Jayananda Prabhu ki.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Shri Gopal Prabhu, for your elaborate introduction. I don't.
Sorry, I had to cut short.
Hare, it was too long introduction. Where is it? Technical glitch. Go back, Zoom meeting. Go in Zoom.
Message status. Just to stay.
Connect again.